Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I am returning to the zoo because the zoo deserves a lot more attention. The zoo needs a lot more attention. I got a lot done, and yet I have so little of the zoo in place during October. So I'm going to continue working on the zoo. And I swear I'm going to put in an animal tonight. I'm actually going to put in an animal tonight, so we'll have more than just arachnids. The main thing is, though, I do need to do a little bit more work on the food court here before I can turn my attention to the habitat. And I forgot to set one thing. There we go. Okay. So the food court and the whole zoo really is quite dark. We do need a lamp situation to occur. It's very dark in here. So, going to enter group edit mode. Now, I had already made decisions on what I was going to put in here. The classic wall lamp is what I'm going to be using because I think that is going to be, yeah, that is in keeping. And it also matches these canopies that I put in, which is quite handy. Now, let's see here. We do not want to have position snap on. We do want to align to surface. And the default color, I think, will be perfect. I also need to put in a light in the bathroom hallway here because it's super duper dark in there. But I'm going to start. Thank you very much for the follow there, Sophia VTuber. Welcome to the stream. Nice to meet you. Okay, and I'm just gonna sink this just a bit so that it looks less like it's floating. And just like everything else, I'm going to eyeball it. That looks like it's about centered. And I'm going to put another one here. I hecked up. Let's try that again. All right. Duplicate and advanced move this one. Rotate it. Oh, I have snap rotation turned off. Oh no. Why did I do that? Turn that angle snap back on. I can't eyeball a 90-degree turn. This is just to keep it at approximately the same height. Like this. Right in between these two. And another one right here. And like that. Squish that into the wall a little. And approximately in the middle. Like that. Like that. Like this. Over here. Going to just put one like right here. Continue on. Just eyeball that so that it's mostly centered. And one here. Mostly centered. Mostly. Almost. There. Okay, and up here in our incredibly dark tunnel leading to the even darker toilets. Let's see. We want just a basic ceiling light. One of those little oblongs, wherever they've gotten to. Where have those little oblongs gotten to? I know they're here. There they are. Let's see. There's this one, which I think should provide just about the right amount of light. Oh, it's very confused, though. Perhaps position snap was not the best idea. I think it's centered. I'll just embed it in the ceiling here. Yeah, that feels all right. And it definitely provides light to the bathroom hallway. Now people don't have to fear going to the bathroom anymore, although we do have some light leak coming out from inside now. Perhaps I embedded it up too far. Let's just bring that sucker down. Oh, right, this one doesn't have the... Dang, that is a lot of light leak. I wonder if this one might be better. Oops, not the tunnel. Not the tunnel. Let go of the tunnel. Now it looks like no matter what I put in there, we're going to have light leak coming through. That is unfortunate. Oh well. I'm gonna put the little one back then, because I think it looks better. Okay. Now, street lights. While it would be fun to use the mushrooms, they don't really go. So I'm thinking that I'm going to be using a hybrid if I can find what I'm looking for. What I want to start with is, here. The Indian streetlight. One of my favorite streetlights because no matter which way you turn it, it's always facing the same way. Also handy in that it is, you can change the colors on it. Not going to change the light color. The body paint, we're going to go quite a bit darker on it, I think. Not a black, but a gray. And we'll give it a very dark orange. Well, that was actually a very dark yellow, wasn't it? Or no, this is not actually making me happy. What if I took it over to the purples? Still not quite right. Oh, there we go. That's good. And then let's see here. I think the paler color is more correct under these circumstances. Yeah, like that. Okay, so this is where to put this? Where to put this where it's going to be Well, I'm just gonna stick this over on the staff path for now, then. Because I also want a lamp that I can put at the corners. But the question is whether or not I can construct what I want. Because ideally I want a lamp that only sticks out in one direction. But most of the posts that do that are a bit mod for what I'm looking to do here. I might have to go with a 4-poster. Or possibly I'm going to have to womp something up with the Indonesian pole, which I don't love because it's so short. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to do a 4-way one, which is a pity. I was hoping to do a square 2-way. But yes, let's see. The Arctic, no. No. We could go with the classic, which would match the food court. We could go with the other Indian street light because that kind of matches the one that I put up. Oh, it's so hard to decide on these things. Of course, there's always the plain old Planet Zoo lamppost, but it doesn't look so pretty. Whoop, wrong button. See, that one is directional in a way that I can't fix, even though it's really nice looking. I do like the look of it. Of course, there's always the twilight braziers, but then once again we have a problem with these are entirely too tall. And while they might be good over by the castle, actually, I'm going to pop one down to remind me to put one over by the castle. They're not so good for the rest of the zoo. So either we go with the classic and turn this into a 4-poster, or I make a square one out of the Indonesian pole, which does have directionals, unfortunately. Well, actually, let's just see how this looks. Let me just make sure that this is all nice and straight and stuff. Oh wait, I'm doing this. No wait, I'm not doing this as part of that. Oh good. Gotta be careful not to add things to group that you don't mean to add to group. Okay, and then, whoop. And then add the... This is being more difficult than I expected. Let's see, line that up like that. No, I'm not a fan. Oh, I undid too many things. Alright, put that back. Put that back. And there's also using the Indian light post, which, you know, I think I am going to do. Although, okay, this is not Flexicolor, so that's just the way it is. Okay, like that. Like that. And then we figure out what to hang from it. We could hang the Indonesian lanterns, which not quite the right look, I think. Let's see, what else? We've got the European lantern. Which would have to be tweaked a little bit because it insists upon snapping to the wrong place. The East Asia wall light, which definitely does not look right with this post. Let's see, what else have we got? Interesting. Not useful, but interesting. There's the Indian light, which is very fancy and a bit much. There's also the tubular type, or the type with a tassel on it. We have the metal ones. That's a bit big. That is also a bit big. There are the Twilight lanterns. Tempting. Very tempting to use the Twilight lanterns. Are they Flexicolor? They are. And of course there are the paper lanterns that came with the Zookeeper set. Which actually don't look half bad under the circumstances. Paper lanterns or Twilight lanterns? The paper lanterns definitely give off a better light. You know what? Let's try the paper lanterns and see if I hate them by next stream. Let's see here. If I make them more oh, I see. Okay, so the amount of light depends on how light the color is. That's very interesting. Well, let's take it more into the yellow range. Whoops, that's gone all green. Oh, that's perfect. I like that. And then if we make the frame the sort of a brownish color or reddish might work, as we want it to go with the wood. And I think, yeah, I think that goes. Yeah. Okay, then if I then go whoop, select them, merge scenery into group. Yes, please do that. Yes, now it's a group. That will make it much easier to work with. And see, now this lovely thing can exist at corners. Kind of like this. Oh, wow, that's gonna be fun. Huh. It wants to live on the diagonal. I don't like that. See, now I can't even get it to line up with the path. That is... I gotta turn off angle snap. Alright, let's just... Because I made the paths super square here, I'm just gonna use the path to line it up here. The sadness is that I'm going to have to redo it later, but because I do intend to put in like fences or something around here, and that means I'm going to have to move the lampposts. But for the moment, I can just use the edges of the path to line these up. Like that. Well, I sincerely hope that by next stream I still like these, because redoing all of them it would be entirely too much of a pain. Especially given, you know, how many I still have to do. But yeah, I want this over here as well, because this is a corner. Hey, what are you doing over there? Come here. Like that. Not over here, because I have other plans for over here. Or actually... No, I take back my statement. Here. And here, but not over inside the food court. We'll see what happens when I start not having right angle corners. It's going to happen with my plans, but... this. Okay, was there anywhere else? Yes, there was. This is a lot of lamps. Goes in here. This may not be permanent. It depends really what I end up doing with this space, but... Now, I think this may be too many lamps. I think actually I'm going to take out these ones here in the center. Yeah, the whole center paths. This is just too much lamp. What we'll do is we will, whoop, excuse you. Oh, I accidentally added this to the group. My mistake. Okay, enter group edit mode, grab this one thing, split it from the group, thank you. Oh, and there was one thing I forgot. Let's take my multi-selection tool. Just select all of these. No, I don't want to merge scenery into a group. I want to make sure that this... I'm making things unclimbable in this zoo because it saves my processing power. Okay, well, in any case, I'm gonna duplicate this lamp. And shoop. Yeah. That is more correct. I'm honestly not sure I actually need to light this the way that I have, but it'll do for now. Now, another thing, I still haven't finished here. Like, if I were going to make this if I were going to make this match, I would put in these little brackets. But, you know, I think I like how it looks without the brackets. It's very nice and clean this way. I may change my mind. I was also thinking that I might put in a window box. Like, you see how climbing is disabled on this? While I was not playing Planet Zoo, I did come in here and take care of little housekeeping. Like making things not climbable. And also I put a bunch of stuff that I'm going to need later over there. Just hovering out of the way. Now, I was thinking that I might duplicate these little window boxes. Classic planter window box. Now, where might I find that? Well, let's try filtering by classic theme. And do the window boxes show up? Oh, yep, so they do. Window box 1 meter, which is a little too small. Two meter, which is just about right. Ooh, and 4 meter, which is definitely overkill. But if I wanted to like put a little balcony along the entire thing. Actually, come to think of it. Oh, that is something I'm going to have to take care of. I will be back in just a few moments. Hello, I'm back, and I apologize for the interruption, but there were some crossed wires and a package was just delivered at what is my time, 8 p.m. at night, and I was not told that package was coming until, well, that phone call that you just heard in the background. So that's a thing. Now, what I was up to was that I was actually thinking that if I flipped this over, can I flip this over? I can. If I flipped this over and squished the brackets up into the rest of the building, this might look really nice. If I just sent the bracket up into the wood here, like this, just sink it in there. But that actually doesn't look half bad. It's a little dark, but that can be fixed, apparently. Like, if we lighten that up. Maybe not quite such a brilliant orange. But if I mess around with this a little bit, I can possibly get it to be Sheep Peep, hello! Welcome back. I am debating whether or not I want to actually do this. The only problem would be is like, I would want to bring it out, and then I've got this gap. Well, the zoo is still just arachnids, but I swear I'm putting an actual habitat in today. Can I live with myself if there's that little gap? I'm not sure I like the little gap. No, you know what? Forget it. Forget it! I still need to put some more lamp posts in here at the corners and at the end of the walls, but the food court is just about finished except for needing those lamp posts, and we have much better lighting now that I've put on the wall lights. It's pretty, you can fill the back with wood. I mean, maybe? I don't know, it feels kind of good with it being like clean the way that it is, and I think I might just want to leave it this way. Like the example that I was sort of copying is because I was looking at the window planters because I was thinking about maybe putting them in, but this is a lot, and my version is a lot simpler, and I think I'm just going to leave it without the window boxes, without the decor. And that this is going to be the way that it is, just with, you know, a few more lamps. Since my zoo is locked into perpetual twilight, I do need to do something about that. Yes, and I do still have foliage to put in, which means I may well be pulling out some of the lamps, because if I decide to put trees in here, the lamp is not going to work. But, you know, that's future Foxwine's problem. I also figured out some of my lighting for the rest of the zoo. I may have slightly overdone it, but got some more lamp posts in, and of course the arachnid house. But I think it's time to finally actually work on a habitat. Well, my partner has a favorite animal in this game. And I promised him that that animal would be the first one that I would put in the zoo. Which doesn't directly answer the question, but indirectly, let's go to animal trading. We will not be looking at the king penguins, because I promised my partner that the first animals that I was going to put in this zoo were going to be grizzly bears. Yes, this channel is all causing future Foxwine problems. It is my goal in life to cause future Foxwine all the problems. Now I see here that I have two males who are very pretty, and two females that are kinda pretty. So I think I'm going to take the prettiest male here, so I'm going to grab Yeoman. Welcome to the zoo. And let's see, Caprice is slightly prettier than Agenique, so Yeoman and Caprice, welcome to the zoo. This is going to be your brand new home. And then we go over here, And Foxwine checks exactly how much space she's allowing for here. 2 adults, no children, because I'm not allowing breeding in this zoo. 800 meters squared exactly. And the thing is that the reason I'm doing this now is because the bears are actually going in right here, right next to the food court. And once I have the bear enclosure in, I will know where I can put the river. Important considerations. But also, in between streams, actually, I am going to get rid of this because I'm not using it anymore. I was using it as a template, sorta, but now that I've finished, farewell. Still have to do something about the staff building. The bears... No, unfortunately the bears are not getting river access, but the river is going to be running by right behind their enclosure. So, basically where their enclosure ends up being is going to help to decide where the river is going. Because I have this river coming off of my lake, which is attached to my moat, and the river goes around behind a bunch of things in my plan. But in order to know where the river is going, I need to know where the bears are. And in order to put in the train tracks, because I'm putting in a train, I also need to know where the bears are going, because the tracks are going to go right beside the bears. So the river is going behind the bears, and the tracks are going beside the bears over here somewhere. So we really need to work out the bears. And as I was saying, I did pre-set up a few things when I was not streaming, in that I have this lovely size guide floating in midair here. I need 800. So... Let's grab the 1,000. Oh, thank you, sheep. These are not my guides. I got them from the Steam workshop, but they are incredibly helpful. You don't really want to build an enclosure exactly like this unless you are a very boring person or in a hurry, because they are just square or just circular. But as a this is the area, they work really nice. So if I just take this, I'm going to float it a little bit because I don't want it making an impression in the grass. And we'll just leave this here. And this is the general area of my bear enclosure, although I'm going to be sacrificing some of the depth here, I think. Now, one thing I do really like to do for my animal enclosures is to bring the path in off of the main path so that the viewing isn't where the... just wing it, check the fencing size, throw some animal in there. Yeah. I do not tend to terraform my, my habitats very much. I do tend to leave them very flat. For the most part, although this one I am planning on getting a bit ambitious with it. But the thing with winging it is that it's just like, oh, I gotta check the size, throw barriers around it, see what space it's enclosing. Oh, that's not right. Redo the whole thing, check the size. It's really time consuming. This way, I have a little leeway. So, there will be terraforming in this zoo. I haven't dabbled in it a lot because it's very... Me and the terraforming don't get along very well. I've gotten better at forcing the paths to obey me, but the terraforming is a bit of a pain in my butt, is what it is. Okay, is this the matching path? Please tell me this is the matching path. This is the matching path. Yeah, the stamps have been very useful for water habitats. Okay, let's grab this grid. And let's see. Like, oh man. let me double check my settings, because that sure ain't right. Flatten tunneling's on. Why did I have tunneling on? Oh my goodness. Let's see. Want to turn that on because the T-junction is nice, and I've just set up something that is very, very square. Slope stamp to get perfect slopes. Yeah. The arguments that people have with the pathing system are the arguments that I have with the terraforming system. That's basically how it goes. Okay, so now we've gotten tunneling turned off, so maybe this will be causing less of a pit. Yeah, that's not a pit. That's good. Alright. About like that. And then let's just make this pretty. Oh, I'm gonna need more path over there. Hold on a moment. Let's just stick this out a little bit further so that I don't end up causing myself headaches later. Then go back to give me a pretty curve. This is the handiness of having turned on the T-junctions. There. Ha-ha! Of course, curves are their own set of problems, but I'll work it out. Now, I want a stone wall. Preferably one that looks like taiga stone, but why do the brick walls count as stone? Well, enjoy your lurk, sheep peep. Concrete, no, I don't really want to be using concrete. I would prefer to use something with flexicolor or... Oh man, this is where the darkness is going to get me. Okay, time to flashbang. There we go. Yeah, the limestone is so plain. I don't really want to do painted brick, though. I find it hard to believe that these... Oh, wait, I'm still in classic. No wonder that was all I could see. Remember to turn off your tags. Okay, so there's the breeze block, which is basically cinder block. Can be handy for some things, but definitely isn't the kind of thing that I want to have as the decorative area of the zoo. Concrete, which is basic. The conservation 3D printed stuff can be really handy because the flexicolor is so intense. The colors are very bright. Not really what I'm going for here, but can be handy. I would prefer not to use the same thing that I just used in the food court. I want something that looks very different from the food court. So not the Indonesian temple, although might be good for another animal, but not for my grizzlies. Not for my partner's beloved grizzlies. You know, I might go with the limestone after all. What else do I have? There's the painted brick, but once again, I'm using that on the arachnid house, and I don't want to use it again so close. I could use sandstone. Not really the right region. Let's save the sandstone for a different creature. There's the stone brick. You know, I might use that. The temple wall is not what I'm looking for here. The twilight mason work is not. Yeah, I think actually the stone brick is in fact what I am looking for. Okay. Now, how extra am I feeling? Because if I'm feeling quite extra, I can do the arches. You know what? Let's do the arches. Okay, and then we squidge these along here. And basically, like, just line it up with the edge of this path, because this is going to be the main viewing area. So just try and center this on the zone. Like that. And then I do kind of hate doing curves. This is the same thing. No, this is breeze block. Ugh, no wonder. Where's my stone block? Concrete block, no. No. Come on, give me the thing that matches. Matchy matchy. Limestone. This is what I get for... That's painted brick. Sandstone. Ah, there we are. Stone brick wall. Okay. There we go. 4 meter by 2 meter in this stuff. Just squish this in here. I don't love doing curves. But I'll live with it. More importantly, the bears will live with it. Okay, like this. I realize I'm doing this part too soon. Okay, give me the wall. And yeah, there's a wall piece that would go here. Hey, be on the ground. And a wall piece that goes here. Now this side is going to be really square because this is the side that the staff access from. Actually, do I want to put that piece here instead? Actually, like this. And then this side ends up being super flat. This side is going to end up being more weird, but I need this one flat piece, so we take these. And this goes in here like that. Yeah, some adjustment is going to have to be made. So that we're not actually over the path here, but can I make this work is the question without it looking totally awful. Because we're getting into the looking pretty bad portion here. Curves are hard, guys. But I didn't want to make the path square. Okay, so what if I were to angle this more that way? Yeah, I think I have the answer here. Like this. and like that. And then this goes away. Still not exactly right, but it's closer, and I can use foliage to cover things. Just squeeze that in there. Realize my tops aren't lining up. Oh, come on. Okay, fine, be like that. You know what? I kind of hate it. Okay, let's try this again, and I'm going to turn angle snap back on. That. Like this. I swear, somehow I will make this work. Maybe I should have done it entirely in 15s? I just wanted a nice curve. That's all I wanted, really. Instead, I end up with a nubbin that I'm going to have to cover with something. But it looks nice from this side. that, I think. Whoops. Didn't mean to actually put down a wall there. Like this. See, it doesn't quite line up, which bugs the heck out of me. Once again, we end up with a weird little nubbin. That I will hopefully cover with foliage properly. This is what I get for doing curves instead of squares. Squares are easy. I may have to adjust the path. I think the path is going to be easier to adjust than the group. See, if I do it like this, then the path does not actually go into this curve that I've drawn for the enclosure. And ditto with the other side. There we go. The main difficulty is the seeing into these corners thing. Well, I have an idea. But it does mean I'm going to have to undo these nice curves that I just put in. If I do this, and this, it's letting me do it. It's letting me do it. Come on. The other corner cooperated. You can cooperate too. Close enough. There we go. All right, back into the group. Let's make sure I have the right blocks this time. What exactly is this stuff called? Stone brick. Okay. Stone brick. There. Now I take this and I turn that into an arch. Like that. And turn this one into an arch like that. Yeah, I'm liking this. Looks very nice. Nothing easy looks super great. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, paths sometimes just need a little bit of encouragement. That's all. Sometimes they just need to be encouraged a little. Sometimes the grass just needs to be cut. Ah, that feels much better. And see, this is a place that is ripe for putting in some foliage, which I will eventually do. So now we can have a window here, we have windows here, we have a window here. We're going to have this wall, but things are complicated with this wall, so I'm not going to put it in yet. I probably need another block this way. But it does depend on how things go through here. But yeah, the idea is that this side of the enclosure is actually going to be a cave. And the train is going to run through the cave. That's the idea. It's a very ambitious idea. But it also means that I'm not 100% certain exactly how to Well, what if I stone slab? Where are my rocks? Make sure I get the right rocks. Well, let's see. There's some like, yeah, here we are. Paneling, cladding. 4x4 cladding. So, if I take this and I put it here, like this, And roughly like that. And then grab all these. Duplicato. Like this. Okay, I'm gonna leave that there like that for now, because we're going for semi-authenticity here, which means I am going to build walls at about the height that the fence is supposed to be. So the bears require a 6.6 foot fence, which would mean that, back to my group, and find the stone brick. Now this is a 4 foot. I don't really want to. I don't want to make it 8 feet. Let's make it 6. Let's make it 6 feet and pretend that that's fine. So it would be like this. And I'm just gonna do like this. That's probably not gonna stay, but for now that's good. And along here. See, this is the pity, because it covers up a lot of what I've done here, which makes me sad. But this gives me a height. And we'll take these. And like that. Method in the madness, I swear. And yeah, we'll put that like that for, that feels good. And then we're going to do it backwards. Back to enter group edit. This is where I get fancy. Give me my 2 foot walls. Actually, maybe, yeah, actually, let's do this in the 1. Now, with where I've put the edge of that here, this is the painted brick. This is the painted brick. This is not the right thing. Whoops. Okay. Like that. And then like this. And then another 1 meter. And that's the wall that the train will run next to. Don't worry about the gaps, they will be rocks. This is all going to be rocks here. Nothing is going through. Okay, and then about here. No, wait, that's right across from the other door. We don't want that. Slightly further down from the other door. I'm gonna pop one of these in. For verisimilitude, which is totally a word! Progress or something. Now, for our viewing ports, how high is this? Oh, way too high. And it's on the grid. I want something that's not on the grid. One meter by 2 meter, 2 meter. I could be fancy schmancy. I could use the triangles. I mean, that'll do pretty nicely for the side ones, but it's not going to do well for the middle ones. But I kind of like that for the side ones. Like that. Ugh. I guess I'm just gonna have to turn this one sideways, which I kinda hate, but I guess that's what I'm stuck with. Okay. Like that. And like that. Shove this in here. Make it line up while it's still high. Check how it looks from this side, you fool. Okay, much better. Okay, and then just shove this down to about that height. And give the windows some bottom energy. Yeah, that works nicely. The back wall is also going to be rocks, and I haven't decided if I'm going to put in a guide wall yet or not, so I'm just gonna leave that for the moment. And then take these all of these. Give me the sliver. Raise them up to the level of the rest of the wall. Like, oh, come on, come on. Line up. Line up, I said. Good enough. There we go. Okay. Now the idea is to bring it in a curve, basically from this area over to this area, but using rocks, which is very ambitious, I know. But I think while I am still in group edit, I'm going to put the windows in so that I remember. So turn off the stone brick. One-way glass panel. I love these so much. Just plonk this down over here. And since I put it on the path, it's flat. And like that. Make sure I'm not poking out anywhere. Good. And just run those along. Bring that over here. Try to get about the same margin. Good enough. Then rotate. Whoops, nope, wrong wall. They're the same color, darn it. This is going to be a little tricky because of the rocks, but if I don't do this now, I'm going to scream later when I try to do it through the rocks. Like so. Now the cave is going to be very unfinished because there are grander plans for the cave. And yes, I could terraform a bunch of it, but once again, getting along with the terraforming tool, I am hoping to terraform a large part of the back edge of it, but this front bit, where I'm sealing this part in, is definitely not going to be But yeah, okay, I've got glass in all of the windows now. There's a space for the door for the keeper. I've still got my guide in here. Of course I did start with bears. Of course I started with bears because I promised. I promised my partner. Okay, let's leave the group because I really don't want this whole cave structure to be part of the group here. That seems like a nightmare to me. So I'm going to be using taiga rocks because the biome that I'm working in is taiga. And the fun thing about that is that if you go through with the terrain and you paint some rock, which is exactly what I'm going to be doing here. When you use the terrain paint tool, it always paints with the biome. So you paint rock, you get taiga rock, which means that once I've painted this area with rock, like I've just done here, this perfectly matches the taiga rocks. Which is very handy indeed. Okay, so I want my biggest rock. I want to turn on random rotation. And the biggest rock is not the right rock, because I don't really want to overlap the path too badly in this initial area. So I want yes, there we go. I want a slightly less big rock. I want to turn off angle I want to turn off angle snap, because I kind of want the flat-ish edges to be on the path side. It's a little smaller than I thought it would be. I can never memorize which rocks are which. It's a terrible failing of mine. Well, I don't want to add it to group, but using that angle is a good thing, so I'm going to use that. I'm going to shove that in there like this. Going to try to keep the edges of the rocks from looking too unnatural, which is not my strongest suit, but I'm gonna try, darn it. And also I see I need to move these because they're really blocking this window. But so far we are serving the purpose here. let's see, rotate that way, and then this way a bit. Kind of use this to fill in that area, because this is just about the right angle, really. I think I might want to do it more like this. Shove it in here. I don't want to do this entirely in this rock because then it's going to look a little too unnatural. It's always going to look unnatural. I want it to look like the zoo made it, but I don't want it to look really weird, you know? Let's see, what's a big lumpy one? Is 11 a lumpy one? 11's sort of lumpy. I kind of want this viewing window to be inside the cave area. So let's bring that up like that. Now this is a lot bigger than the bears need. It's a lot taller than the bears need. It's more than the bears need. But the idea is to accommodate the train. Which I'm going to need to put in before I can finish the cave, but... But the idea is to be... Oh, you know what? I did all those windows wrong. I need to go back and do them again. But the idea is to be able to come along and look through the windows of the train into the bear enclosure and to not have this, like, ledge. Like, to have that be a slope. But yeah, there's a bunch of things I need to fix. Number one, this needs to come out here. And this This might be a little too big. I might have to change this rock for a different rock. Yeah, this is just way too big. I need a smaller rock. That is not a smaller rock. Okay, we're just gonna take that entirely. And we're gonna try an 11. Slink, hello! Oh, I'm sorry, I don't actually have any plans for any monkeys in this zoo. It's kind of a nocturnal zoo, and there's not very many monkeys that are nocturnal. But also, hi Slink, it's nice to see you again. Welcome back to the stream. But yeah, I need to fix these windows because otherwise I'm going to forget. Why did this one end up so much high, like, what is, where was my brain at when I did this? Okay, let's just bring these up so that they actually fill in the window so my bears don't escape. Nice. Wait a minute. Okay. I keep seeing this line through the window. Monkey took the brain. Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably. I gave my brain to the monkeys a long time ago. Okay, this window is still kind of blocked up, but it is much better. Now, back to trying to get this to... The idea is to have a slope from the upper part to where this lower one is. I'm just having a hard time actually realizing my dreams. I don't really want to do it with more cladding. It feels like a cop-out, but maybe Rock 7 will come to my aid. There's a lot to be said for Rock 7. Whoop. Whoa! Oh man, this is an angle that hurts. Okay, let me turn off random rotation just while I'm doing this bit. Because I think I'm going to have to run along here with Rock 7 just to make things look right. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is the answer. If I just manage to get it to look right on both sides, my life will be complete. Yeah, I think that's probably the best that I'm gonna get. I'm gonna have to do some serious cover-up work, but as far as the internal visuals go, I think that is the answer there. Whoop! No, I didn't. I don't want to be down there now. Okay. Let's turn random rotation back on. Find a rock slightly smaller than that. Oh boy. No, 15's too small. Oh, 12 is a helpful rock. Let's just along here. Minecraft. Well, this isn't Minecraft, so that's probably why. This is Planet Zoo, where everything obeys a very specific set of building rules. And Lord help you if you can't figure out what they are. I'm not so sure this was the right rock to choose, but let's change it up. Let's change it up. How big is 14? Oh, 14 is tiny. 8 is too big. 6 is too small. 13. 12 is the one I was just using. 11 maybe? Yeah, sure. Let's use 11 a little. We'll use 4 to fill in a bit. The idea is that I do not want to see the top of this wall at all. Okay, now I can't see the top of that wall. So now what I need to do... I need to actually do some terraforming. We're still going to use the rocks, but I don't want to build the entire thing out of rocks. Now I could use the stamp, but I think for now I'm just going to use the pull. Terraform like No, not like Pokemon. Let's see here. Like bringing the dirt up. Whoop. So that I don't actually have to build this whole thing out of rocks. Whoop, that's a little high. Okay, you need to stop looking like a penis, okay? There. Like that. Bring this up over here. Like that. Push this down a little. I don't love the terraforming. Pull and push your friends. Your strength is pretty good for small areas. Smooth and level. Yeah, at the moment I'm just trying to eyeball. Like anything that looks particularly weird, I am going to be putting rocks over this. So if it looks particularly weird, I can fix it. But for the moment, I just want... I'm kind of liking this. Although I think I want to bring this a little more like this. And the cave can come out over this way. Yeah. The thing is, like, I do not have, I didn't put down a height marker, so I don't actually know where my 6 foot mark is. So I don't really want to level it off right now. Cave, yes, I am making a cave. I've actually got a good portion of the cave in already. It's looking pretty good. But I also wanted the back wall to be rock. So that's why I was using the terraform, is that the rocks will go in and the terraform will make it so that I don't have to build the whole thing out of rocks. And we are definitely covering the 1,000-meter area, so these bears have more than enough space right now. So this is looking and feeling fairly good to me. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that this wall of the cave was actually dirt because it's so much easier that way. And this I'm going to have to fill in manually. So, yeah. I know this looks pretty bad, but this is actually how I want it to be for the point. The height I'm going to get with the rocks, not with the dirt, basically. So let me just finish off the cave, because we don't want any grizzly bears squirting out of this hole here. This feels like a job for Rock 1. Trust the process moment. Yes, trust the process. I don't want this sticking into, whoop. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I don't want this sticking into the window too much. It's okay if it does a little, but it's a bit much right now. How about that? Yeah, that feels a bit better. Trust the process. Trust the process. I am going to have to adjust rocks once I run the train tracks, but yes. Rock number 1 is being a good friend today. And let's just shove another one in here. Like that. Bless you, rock number 1, for your hugeness, your glorious size, your girth. Oh, man. I see someplace where I have to fix things, and I hate it. Alright. Back to the terraformer. Let's take the push to the small. Let's just nudge. Yeah, I took it too far. We need to nudge this out of the window. Get out of the window. You're not supposed to be there. Whoops, a little too far there. We'll undo that one. Like that. Yeah, like that. Okay. The process is everything. And let me just... Ooh, yeah. Now it's okay if I end up with a hollow area in here because it will never ever be seen. That last window is not going to have the best view, we must admit. Okay, it has now reached the point where this 1,000-meter guide is in my way and distracting me more than it's being useful, so it's time for it to go. Ha ha ha. Oh, man. No, no. There shall be no grass growing inside my cave. Do not break my verisimilitude, which continues to be a real word. There. Okay. Now, this cave is way bigger than the bears are actually going to need. That is... I do have to admit that. Are we... Am I floating? I'm floating. Consarn it. Why are you like this game? Okay, fine. Where's my cladding? That's where these cladding pillars come in really handy. I'll just take these. And shove them into the bottom of the wall here like this. Realize I still have random rotation on, which is going to mess things up. Do like that. Like this. I may have hecked up. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, but this seems a little annoying to install. What if I just tweak this a little bit this way? Oh, that's better. Still not perfect, but better. Okay, and that takes care of the dumb floating effect. I'll just fill in some of these gaps. Don't fill in all of them or it looks weird, but fill in some of them. Much better. Okay. All hail the cladding pillars. Okay. Now let's do the tricky part first, because that way I will have it done. Let's not do it with the cladding. Maybe do it, actually maybe, wasn't there a, yeah, there we go. Rock 4 will save me. Whoops. Not like that it will. Okay, so the cave extends this away a bit. Like this. Yeah. And rock 4 can come over here. Tilt it like this a little. That. Mainly using rock 4 here simply because it's flat. Using it to set the habitat edge of this cave. Man, I can't make this section look like how I want. You know what, let's just leave that weird little V in there because I can't think of anything better to do with it. I'll rotate this sucker. Like that. And yeah, I just need to smooth out this transition here, and that is the interior of the cave. Which is very, very large, much larger than 2 bears actually need, but let's see. This 5 looks to be about the right size, so can I use it to smooth out the transition? Kinda. Kinda. Just shove it in here. I'm just making the interior look good here. Hopefully. Just smoothing out this transition between the cladding and the number 4s. The exterior can be made to look different. Do 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 do. I think I need something a little smaller here. I think 17 might do me well. Whoop! No, 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 I don't want to be in the ground. I don't want to be in the ground. Let me out of the ground. Whoop! Whoop, nope. Too far. Oh, I had such a nice angle there for a bit. Now I can't see what the heck I'm doing. Wait. Aha! That. Shove the pointy end up in there. Well, it doesn't look entirely natural, but it doesn't look entirely unnatural either. So I'm going to call that a success. Whoop! Hello, what am I doing all the way out here? This is the lake. Why am I at the lake? Okay, now I just need to plug up, whoop, this gap right here. And we turn to trusty, gigantic rock number 1. Put that there. That. Why is 3 so tiny when 1 and 2 are so big? Like that. Yeah, I declare that hole successfully plugged. I still can't put the bears in here because I haven't turned off escaping, so they would just like stroll up this hill and disappear. But getting there, getting there. I'd like to leave this little hummock kind of as is without covering it in rocks, but that does mean that I need to get rocks along this back part here. So we're going to go back to number 1. And that. Oh, all praise the hugeness of rock number 1. It's always there for you when you want to build something big. Like a huge ass rock wall. As my cave plans are actually very ambitious because the train is going to be driving through the cave and I'm actually going to have another thing on the other side, which y'all can probably guess what I'm going to put in a cave near the bears. All right. Shove this in here to fill in this weird looking whatever's going on here. Now let's see here. Yeah, that looks just about right. The other side will also be made to look good, but for now, we're just making this side look good. And bear tight. We're going to make it look good, and we're going to make it so it's bear tight. Bear tight is very important. Now, let's see. That is basically my wall. I'm gonna put this here just because it feels like I need to have something that height there. Okay. Ooh, Rock 8, you are looking so good, baby. Use you right in here. Although I'm gonna have to do something different for the rest because you're facing in a really odd direction. Okay. I need a little bit more rock here for this transition to the ground for the cave. Maybe something a little bigger than that. Yeah, I kind of like that. Rotate you a little. That. Yeah, that feels a bit better. It's never going to be perfect. But I want it to at least feel good. Maybe more like that. I cannot make this look right. Maybe I should try changing rocks. 14's a little small. No. 10? What about 10? Oh, 10's a little oblong. Ooh, I might be able to work with 9 though. I'm trying to sort of smooth the wall out so that it looks a little less unnatural, but I might not be doing the best job with this. Get out here, do like this. Realize just how far that sucker's sticking out, my goodness. See, this is why you terraform, because that way it sort of helps. Because if I were trying to 100% build this out of rocks, I would not be able to have even a little patch showing. Okay. But because I terraformed, I have all sorts of freedom. Because I can leave little bits of the ground, and it will still rise, and hopefully not be climbable by bears. There we go. There we go. And see, the idea will be to make the other side also look nice, but I need to put in the river first. So that will be future Foxmine's problem. And also I want to pile up the rocks so that this looks a little more natural. I really need to cover the top of the wall here. It's really bothering me. 5 is not going to help. 6 though. 6 will help me. 6 is a very helpful rock. Oh, 6 is an extremely helpful rock. 6 just really wants me to be happy. Unfortunately, 6 cannot help me in this particular spot. Because I needed something a little smaller. I don't want to overlap the path too much because it bothers me when I see the little dudes walk through my stuff. But okay, whoop. Oh. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Okay. Making progress now. Of course, this is the hard part. Okay, I'm gonna go around in vaguely the right way. Whoa, hey! Hey! And then she realized she has to put the river in before she can do the barriers. Thanks, game! Okay. Going to go this way. And then I consult my plan. Yeah. Back to my terraforming. Why are we going uphill, game? All right. I hate doing this, but we're going to 100% intensity. Because for some reason we're going uphill, and I don't want to go uphill. Fine. You're gonna make me do it this way? I'll do it this way. Whoop, too far. Now why just swing out that way? I don't understand why it keeps swinging over there. Do we actually go uphill here? Is that the problem? Because if we're actually going uphill here, that is... Okay. Okay, Okay, the easiest one to hide is going to be a glass one. Alright, that is the lowest wall that I can make. Let's do a water check. Alright, the water on this side is the correct height. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to disguise this. But yeah, basically we're just gonna divorce the river from the lake. Let's do a water check over here. See, this is pretty close to how I want the water to be, except when we get over here. It's a little wide, and it gets a little narrow through here, but okay. Now I just have to make myself happy with all of this. here like this. And bring this out here like this. And smooth it out. So that we don't have these weird ripples. Okay, back to the rock. Pull this out here. Push this here. Bring this out. Just a bit. Push this. Whoop. Push this over this way. I still don't love how narrow it is through this area. I want a river, not a brook. Okay. And then let's try and smooth some of this out. Whoop. And yes, I do have the intensity up quite high right now, which is part of what's causing all of the problems, but I need to move things very grossly before I can move them very finely. Like all this here is way too deep and lumpy, but what I'm looking for here is the width. And see, now I've got it too wide. Yeah, this part is way too wide. So I want to bring this out. And like there will be a bunch of rocks which will narrow this out again, but what I've done here is a little inexcusable. Let's just okay. This is starting to look more like what I want. Okay. Yeah, that is closer to what I want, although what it's doing over here is a little difficult. I'm actually going to leave the water in there for now because I'm going to want it later. But yeah, I will all have rocks going down into this, which is, I'm going to have to remove the water in order to do that. But I need to put in the train before I can continue the river. And I don't really like the way that it goes all lumpy out here. This is a little weird. Like, it looks really nice through here, and then it gets really lumpy because of the way that I did it, but okay, well, I had to do the terraforming first because if you try to do the terraforming after you do the barriers, you get some major problems. So now that I have done that, I can finish putting in the barriers. And that goes here. Like, even if it's null barriers, the terraforming gets a little weird around it. Hello, I know that there is a post in here. So, oh, there it is. Okay, let's take this. Hey. Put that there. And I need to have this barrier in particular in place when I put the train in so that the train goes in the right place. Put that there. Add a post. Kind of tuck that like that. That looks good. This doesn't have barriers. We'll do it like that and like that. Put that in there like that. Hey, excuse you? Fine. Put a post here. And here. That way it's not inside, but it's also not on the path, which is important when you are housing carnivores that people are scared of. Put a habitat gate on here. Like that. And behold, the grizzly bear enclosure. Which we will call Grizzly Bear. It's way too big. It is entirely too big, but that's because the barrier is actually going around the outside. The bears will not be able to traverse the entire area that this habitat says that it has. Speaking of the bears, Caprice and Yeoman. To the quarantine with you. Because we're doing this right, darn it. No, and then let's hire a fresh keeper. And new work zone. Like that. Okay, it doesn't need the workshop. Might as well have the animal trade center. Doesn't need the transformer. Needs the keeper hut. Doesn't need the water treatment or the research center. And we're going to call this Keeper Zone 1 because I'm very boring when it comes to labeling this sort of stuff. And then our new keeper will be assigned to Keeper Zone 1. And I'm just going to take a moment Education. Let's turn off random rotation. Put this next to this window. And despair slightly because this one is not going to be able to be put next to the window in the same way. All right, let's use the going to do like that. We're gonna try and make this one with the rocks so that I don't have to build anything. Because I don't wanna build a habitat board thing right now. So we're gonna shove this into the rocks, except not into the rocks. We're going to shove this into touching the rocks, like that. Going to do like this. I ought to do something fancier, I know. I'm just being very lazy. Actually. If I do this, whoop, and turn the angle snap back on, I should be able to make it match. Yes. Perfect. Just put this down here. Like that. Bring it over here. On this wall. This is a little more difficult. I don't think that people riding the train are actually going to have the time to read something. So we're going to use a speaker. I'm not going to add it to group, but I would really like to... Man, I wish I could see. I wish I could see it while I have it selected. Man, there's so many things I wish I could see right now. Put this here. And another one here. Realize I put them inside the bloody wall, where I cannot reach them. Try again. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Select that one. And that one. Okay, that's the speaker color, so plastic, we want to no. Good enough. Well, that's the best that I'm going to be able to do, so that's what's gotten done. Alright, let's install some speakers at the other windows. Particularly these ones. Pretty sure, like, if I put one speaker, like, right here, I'll be able to cover all 4 windows with it. So yeah, right about here. What happened to the gray that I used? Because apparently the speakers are going to be black no matter what color you ask them to be. Yeah. That feels pretty good. And yes, I should give an animal talk here, but once again, future Foxwine problems. Current Foxwine has other issues to deal with, like the fact that there is nothing in here for the bears. Habitat. Species. G is for grizzly. Grizzly bears. We don't need to give them a shelter, but I am going to give them some bedding in their cave. Like that. Large food tray. A water pipe. I will do something about the water pipe later, but for now, it's going to be naked. And toys. Fire hose ball. Let's give him an herbal scent marker. I'm not going to give them climbing. Give them one of these. Going to give them a football because football! And a rubbing pillar. Right there. And a tire, because why not? Anything else? You know what? Let's just pop some wind chimes in there because I can. Now, grizzlies don't actually need climbing, which is why I haven't installed that for them. But yeah. Now all we have to do is wait for our Mars to arrive. And let's see. I think I have some bear sculptures. Oh, I have a multitude of choices. There's the New World sculpture bear, which I don't love, I have to admit. We have the reward statues that I've gotten. There are these cute Southeast Asia sun bears, but these are not sun bears. Polar bear. The only grizzly bears I have are the reward statues, which is unfortunate because they're all the same statue. See, that's exactly why you have to put bears that you've purchased into quarantine. Because for some reason, even in sandbox mode, you sometimes get diseased animals. Many guests think tickets are underpriced. Well, sure, let's raise the price from $3 to... $6? We'll double it? Whoop. Okay, quarantine passed. Caprice and Yeoman. Welcome to the zoo, you two. Okay, let's see here. I'm thinking I might want some little box hedges here. No, that's... no. I think I need something a little wilder. Also, I should... I don't want to use a tree as a bush, but I will if I have to. Definitely not that tree, though. Okay, I do believe that's the arrival. Oh yeah, they're here. So, let's pause for a moment. Educational content. Grizzly bear. Grizzly bear. Grizzly bear. Grizzly bear. Grizzly bear. Perfect. Grizzly bear. Like that. And grizzly bear. Now it is giving me a warning that they're overlapping, but since they are giving the same education, it's not actually a problem. And as soon as the game realizes I'm giving the same education on both of them, it'll be fine about it. Okay, that's the education. Let's see, your terrain is all out of whack because you have way too much long grass and not enough soil. Let's bring this down and bring this down-ish. Careful not to undo my glorious rock work over there. Okay, and we'll bring in some short grass. I figure the grass would grow around where the water is, right? Still too much long grass. Where is the last of my long grass hiding? Oh, there it is. That was some of it. Bet there's more over here. Yep. Just cut the grass along these edges. This should be rock anyway. Where is the rest of the long grass hiding? There we go. Perfect. they definitely have more space than they need, which is perfect. They need more plants, though. Alright, let's make sure we have the right continent. I'd prefer to stick with the taiga. Just, you know, for looks. Okay. What have I got? Oh, okay. I don't have a lot of trees. I do have these yellow cedars, which I would love to use at least a couple. They're lovely. They're very pretty trees. And they will also hide a bit of my rock wall shame. Let's turn random rotation back on again. Don't like the ponderosa pine quite as much. Do kind of like the manzanita bush. Once again, I can use it to hide a bit of my shame. That. We're not going to be putting any festive spruces in, but oh, that is way too much tree. Sorry. Oh, and they only get bigger, not smaller. Oh no. How about a nice Douglas fir pine tree, guys? How about a Douglas fir? Oh, and the problem is I want them on the surface, but I don't want them aligned to the surface, which is unfortunate, but oh well. Because I've made things a little hummocky here and there, it can get a little weird, but oh, I can use the buffalo grass. It's a pity it doesn't come in bigger clumps. The dry actually looks a bit better around here, I think. Just do like this. Use the little grasses around the edge just so that I can that. And then we use the larger bits. Yeah. So that looks like the water gets splashed every now and then. No, we're not going to be using the bristlecone pine. It just looks too fake for inside an enclosure. It's a very interesting thing to decorate with, but it's not so great for... Okay, I have an idea. Let's... like this. I probably should have sunk that a little, but I think that looks good. Let's see. What else can I give you bars that will not hide you bars too much? Well, there's the cowberry bush. No, I'm not feeling cowberry today. Quaking aspen? Yeah, we can give you a quaking aspen tree. I think I like the first one I got. Just sink this a little. Actually, I want to put it over here. Okay, I want some moss. Do I have some moss that isn't the caribou moss? I do. Cool. Too big. Too small. Nope. Closer. I can work with this. Just tuck this in here like this. I don't know, it just feels right to put a bunch of moss around the bottom of an evergreen tree. That one you can't even see the bottom, so... I don't know why, because every evergreen tree I've known has not actually grown moss around the bottom of it. But for some reason it just feels right to put a bit of moss around the bottom of a tree, of an evergreen tree. Like, it feels right to put something around the bottom of pretty much any tree, as long as it doesn't touch the ground like that one over there. Like a white sage bush? Gotta be careful with these sort of things, because sometimes the animals don't consider these to be walkable. But since I don't actually want these bears climbing these trees, that's fine. Just shoving a little greenery into the cracks here because it feels right. Like, we have met their absolute minimum, but... Oh, no, those are just too emphatic. These are a little dark for this grass. If it were long grass, I could totally get away with this, but it's short grass, which is a much it's much closer to a French green, and these just don't quite go. I mean, there's always the caribou moss, but it's hard to make the caribou moss go with anything. See, it actually goes really well with the, which one is this? This is the dry, rather than the parched. See, this is how you give them some, like, fluffy grass. When they don't actually like fluffy grass. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop asking you to align to surface now. One of the nice things about bears is that it is actually very difficult to overdo it as far as their plant needs go. No, get out of the wall. I do not need to be part of the wall right now. Okay. Well, it still doesn't look entirely natural because I'm not actually all that good at making things look natural. But I think it looks nice. And the bears will be happy with it. Their nutrition needs are a bit of an issue, but that's the other wonderful thing about sandbox zoos. Grade 3 food quality for my precious, precious bears. See, look guys, I kept my promise. I swore that I would put animals in today, and I did. The bears are here! Okay, and let me go grab this street light. No, not that. I'm going to grab the street light. Pop one down here. And one down here. Yeah. I will put some sort of landscaping into this grass area. I just haven't decided what yet. Probably some trees. But in any case, while I am planting things, let's see if I can't find some bushes for this front yard. Let's see. African daisies? No. Not the azaleas. I would prefer not to use a tree as a bush. The brambles might actually do. Yeah, you know what? I think the brambles are going to just do very nicely for what I was thinking. Just pop these in along the house. Carefully. Oh, I hear a tour starting. Rawr? Okay, let's make sure they don't poke into the house. Or the arachnids. Nope, we are good. Do I need more than the bushes? I'm not sure that I need more than the bushes here, to be honest. No, I think actually that might be good. The brambles are working really nicely for what I was thinking. Like, there are bushes that are available in a line, but they're very low. Very low bushes. Like, I could put a line of dwarf cornels in along the front to hide the lights. But I'm not sure that I actually want to do that. Except that it would hide the lights. You know what? I'm gonna do it just because it would hide the lights. You can't see me doing air quotes, but I hope you can hear them. Okay, turn off random rotation because I want them in a straight line along the fence here. Or at least as straight a line as they're capable of. And we just use them to hide the lights. Like that. Yeah. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Now, the question is, what is the next project I should turn my mind to? Actually getting the terraforming going on the moat region, or covering the staff buildings? Because I definitely should do one of those next. I think I'm going to save starting on the train station for next stream. Because frankly, the river is a problem that I don't necessarily want to actually deal with. So the three major projects is the moat, and to some extent the lake, cladding the staff buildings, and finishing the patio up here. I think maybe I will work on the moat and the bridge and such like, because it is bothering me. So I think what I will do is I will take my break, and when I come back from my break, I will get to work on the bridge that goes over the moat. Then we'll put some water in, and I will set up the waterfalls, and we'll start putting down some more rock. Now, the moat, I do want it to look very artificial. It's important that the moat look artificial, but there's also the lake. And if I'm doing the moat, I also have to do this patio, which does somewhat make me regret that this is a curve and not a square, but it didn't work as anything other than a curve, so, you know, beggars can't be choosers and all. As the main problem is that this here is now a separate body of water, which means that the water treatment that I have over there is not actually going to clean the river. But once again, that is a problem for future fox swine. So, as I said, I'm going to take my break, and then when I come back from my break, I'm going to build a bridge, then put water in the moat temporarily so that I can set up the waterfalls that are going to be feeding it down at that end. So, that is very ambitious planning on my part, I know. But, you know, it's what I'm gonna do. And I was very careful in doing this, so my angles should be what the game can handle. I am definitely gonna have to cut the grass, though. But, that's, you know, after break Foxwine. Current Foxwine is going to do a manual save, making sure to actually save in the correct zoo. Yes, thank you. And this is where I'm going to take my break because my tea has needed refilling for quite some time. I need a bio break because my tea is needed refilling. I can't actually run ads, so y'all are saved from the ads, but I do need to take care of those things, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned from my break, which means it's time to build a bridge and get over it. So, now this is the bridge that I have to build, but first, I'm gonna need to cut some grass. Let's just get all this long grass out of my way. Why the taiga map has so much long grass, I do not know. But we're just gonna trim it all around here so that I have a nice unfluffy surface to work with. There. Now, I need some architecture. The main question, I think I should make a stone bridge. I think I'm going to be using stone a lot for this part of the build. The question is, which stone? I think, ironically, the dry stone might be a good choice because they've got these curved wall pieces that feel very bridge support to me. So that is a definite possibility in my mind. There are the European bridge pieces specifically, but they're not really my cuppa, and they don't really go with the castle. The castle, ironically, was built with the rustic. So we actually want to avoid using the rustic stone for the bridge. Yeah, I think I am going to use the dry stone. Because I think it's going to work best, and we have all of these glorious pieces to work with the dry stone. So, where was that buttress wall? There we are, dry stone wall base. Okay, if I put this here like this, and that there like that, yeah. And then I can put a wall piece. Where's my wall? I can put a wall piece on top of that. And behold, a bridge support. And then just shuffle this in here for now. Actually, no, wait. Shuffle this out here. Duplicate like that. Like that. Realize I need to refine this a bit more. Dry stone. Thank you. Where my wall? There's my wall. Wall go there. Okay. Then we shuffle this in here. And attempt to center it, which it's slightly poking through is actually going to help with. That is basically centered. Basically, sorta. Sticking out a little more on that side than this side. That's centered. We're just going to ignore the fact that it sticks through, just like all these people are going to ignore the fact that it sticks through. Okay. Then we take this. We duplicate it again, bring it around over here. We know that it lines up perfectly so that it's like that. Like that. And like that. And we just, whoop, no, 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 no. Bad game. Put that there and there. And just like that, we have bridge supports. Now, how fancy I get with this depends on how fancy I want to get with it. If I wanted to, I could put in the arches like this so that the arches are supporting, like, are running the support. Like that. Which, you know, I kind of like, so I think I am in fact going to do that. So we'll put in the arches like this. And you know what, we're going to use the wall base. Because even if this isn't visible, I'll still know it's there. like so. And then we pray that I got my angles right, to be honest. Which I didn't really. That is a pity. We're gonna pretend that I did, though. Oh man, it gets worse the further up I go. This may need further contemplation. Let's just... Now, I want a railing that runs along here, and I think that this is actually going to be the ticket. Yeah, that is the ticket. Now the pity is that there isn't an angled wall top like that, which is unfortunate, and I'm not going to dick around trying to get the angle on that. Simply because it's a grid piece, I'm not gonna fool around with that. So the question is, how do I do this angle in a way that actually makes me happy? Well, that one definitely doesn't make me happy. It's gonna have to be this one, and I'm just gonna have to ignore the way that the path is a completely different angle from it. Oh, that's even worse than the other one was. I may have to go even fancier with this. Okay, well, let's just... Yeah, I'm gonna have to... Yeah, I'll do that like that, I think. I'm gonna experiment. By taking this piece right here. This is the way I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to eyeball it, which is going to be the tricky part. Whoop, no. I think that does it. like this. I wish I could replicate the pattern, but I can't, so... like this. And like that. And straight into the ground. Like so. Okay, then we take all of these, duplicate an advanced move, bring them over here. Now the thing is, I don't know that the angle is exactly the same on the other side as it is on this side, so I'm going to have to do it again for the other side to make sure that it lines up properly. I can't just use these again, but that is the general The pity is the lighter colored bricks. I just don't know where to, like, I don't know how to replicate those. And I can't actually use the wall top because it's a grid piece, which is unfortunate. Come on, get in there. Don't make me have to hurt you. Like that. That might be a tiny little gap, but I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist. The nice thing about this stone pattern is that it's actually very difficult to tell that the patterns are running into each other in odd ways, except for this like one spot here. Oh, I just realized you can see the path supports through the arches. Sadness. I wonder. Let's rotate this. It would have to be here. And then, why do they always come through like that? Wow, that's impressively weird. But if it's what I have to do... But I'm actually gonna take that out so that I can line these up properly. Come on. Like that. Please, just line up with the other one. Come back here. Don't be like that. Just don't. There. Are we lined up now? We are lined up internally. Yay! And we can't see the path support anymore. Or we won't be able to see the path support anymore in a moment. Like that. And like that. Okay, back to my... Yeah. Sky likes the vibe! Hello! Welcome to my angular nightmare. We're having a fun time eyeballing the angle that this path decided to take. I didn't quite get it. I didn't quite get it. And just tweak this a little bit. That looks right, I hope. And bring this in. And let's bring it. Whoop! Oh, no, no, no. We did not want to leave that there. That is not in the right place. Oh, the ad was running, I see. Well, welcome to the stream, Sky. Welcome to my nightmare. It's a balmy what the heck is this angle tonight as I attempt to build this bridge that I'd been putting off, and now I remember why I was putting off building this bridge. Are you actually lined up? Ooh, you might actually be lined up. That might be a single pixel gap there, but I'm gonna pretend it doesn't exist. Okay. And then we take this and we run it all the way down into the ground like that. Planet Zoo. Yeah, Planet Zoo is very much like that. I mean, I put in the path, now I have to deal with the path that I put in. And I'm actually quite happy with the path. The bridge looks pretty good, to be honest. But, yeah, this isn't an angle that Planet Zoo recognizes, so... Neither of these are angles that Planet Zoo recognizes, so now I gotta just do it this way and pray that I actually get these suckers lined up. Because if I don't, it's gonna look weird forever. Too far. You know, I think I might actually have it a little high. But it's too late now. We're locked in. There. And then I realized that, you know, putting these buttresses like this means nothing because I've gone and filled it in. So you can't even see these. Oh well. You live, you learn, you cry. Okay, this needs to be here. And then this goes here. Whoop, no, you were almost right. You were almost in the correct place. That goes there. And then that goes there. Oh, because each side has a different angle. The bridge ended up being just slightly different on each side. It's not a perfectly symmetrical bridge. The side on the castle side is just a little bit steeper than the side on the zoo side. So, I couldn't just copy it and flip it. It wouldn't have looked right. But hey, now we've got a bridge over the moat. It's a good bridge. I like it. I mean, yes, it is maybe a little funny looking. And it's still definitely a hazard for pedestrians. Like if we... Oh, please ignore the fact that the people are floating. Like, if we look at this against... Oh, wait, that's a bit better than I thought it was. That is basically an elbow-high barrier. Still enough to fall over, but not enough to trip over. Probably. We hope. You know, as bridges go, this is definitely one of my better ones. I am fairly pleased. And I mean, this gives me the chance to put in the light posts properly and stuff. Is take this puppy, slam it in right here. Why is this not square? Hold on a moment. Oh, it's like that, is it? Oh, it's one of those. Rotate. Center that on where the path meets the the wall meets the ground. Like that. You know what, sink it a little, just because that looks better. And then do the same on the other side. Now the main question is, should I put two of these on the other end of the bridge as well? Don't build it. Yeah, I don't like to build bridges, but I've set myself up to do so because I'm putting in some pretty major water feature in this zoo. And when you have water features, you gotta have bridges. You know, I think I should put one of each of the, like, I should put these at the other end of the bridge too. It just feels right, you know? Just do the exact same thing on this side as on the other side. Just, you know, eyeball center that. Whoop. There we go. Yeah, bridges are not my, I don't normally build bridges. Normally I like to avoid the water features, but I couldn't build a castle and not build a moat. It just didn't feel right. Okay, now that we've got the bridge, let's see how it looks with water. That is pretty awesome, I'd say. Yeah. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. She's a good bridge. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That may be something that I will do, but mainly I wanted to have the water so that I had where I knew where the surface was, because, oh boy, I'm very ambitious with this zoo. I am extremely ambitious with this zoo. And over here, once I get this grass taken care of, gotta get the water for the moat from somewhere, right? Gotta get the water from somewhere. Water has to come from something. The pity is that this sucker is just a little bit too short. But we're gonna work with it. Bring this over here and like that. And like this. And like that. Haha. Going to head to bed. Well, have a very good night, Sky, and I hope that you have an excellent sleep. And I hope I don't go mad trying to get these waterfalls to look semi-natural. Or at least less unnatural. I think the two upper ones need to come down a little bit. Let's bring those down. Oh, right, we lose the... Well, I need to adjust the bottom effect anyway because this is not enough. Okay. Now, rock color, water effect color, water foam color. Rock color is what I want to be messing with here. We're gonna go with this for now. Okay, back to my terrain tools. Da-da-da-da-dee. All right, this gray is good enough. It ain't right, but it's close. And close is what I need right now. So, we're back to my good old friends, the rocks. In this particular case, I wonder... I have over here a set of rock walls and a bunch of aquatic rocks that have been colored to match the tiger rocks. So the question is, are either of these going to help me? I think perhaps the rock wall might. And yes, I could have used these on the bear enclosure, but I didn't want to. But I think that this will make an excellent backdrop. Oh, wait, I have angle snap turned on. Okay, like that. Kind of center it. Now, I am in no way, shape, or form trying to make these waterfalls look completely natural. What I'm trying to do is make them look good. So, like this. Turn angle snap back on so that I can 180 and bring that up here like this, because I don't really want this ledge thing coming out the middle here. Alright, bring this way. Rotate. We are reaching the point where this is too much wall. That is a pity. I was hoping to use it along the sides as well, but it is too lumpy. Oh, it's hollow inside. That's adorable. Yeah, I can't use it for the sides, just for the back. That's a pity. What I am gonna do though, we're gonna bring this back and back. Actually, we're gonna flip this around. I should have flipped it around before. Flip that around. Bring it back. Flip it around. Move it back. One more. Just kind of merging the sucker into the hill, basically. Like that. Haha! Okay, before I get too much further, okay, back to my rocks and my taiga. Two might do it, actually. Let's bring this down here. Rotate. Shove that right in there. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Make sure that random rotation is off. Good. Okay. Fix that up on the other side. We're just covering the bottom rim of the waterfall here. Don't want to see it, not gonna see it. Now the main problem is I can't continue this because I can't actually see the bottom right now, but I'm just going to angle that all the way into the bottom. And once I take the water out, I'm just going to set up an effect for the water to be running down the rocks. But that'll be easier to do when the water isn't in the way. Which I should probably remove the water soon, now that I think about it. Yeah, let's take out the water so that I can see what I'm doing here. Alright, let's just... These are going to be barely visible, so I can get away with a little tomfoolery here. By doing this... Now, why has this all gone to grass? This is not supposed to be grass. I'm gonna have to fix that too, apparently. The bottom should not be grass. Like this. And like that. Because those rocks down there are the least important rocks. It's these rocks up here that are the important ones. Now, back to my construction. Fountain jet, underwater bubble, bubble... Jet large. A little too large. Water jet splash. Tempting. It's probably going to have to be a combo. The splash and water rapids foam. Well, that'll be maybe useful, but ooh. Oh, that's very much what I was looking for. Water rapid splash. Waterfall bottom. Waterfall bottom 5 meter. Waterfall midsection. Oh, I see. Okay. Waterfall murky bottom. Cute, but not what I'm looking for. Okay, I think what we want is... Yeah, I think this is what I'm looking for. I now realize I need to bring the water back in order to set these properly. All right. Bring that water back again. Did I set that higher this time than I did before? Yeah, the water rapid splash is the right one. Just gotta get it into the right places. And also make it so that the nozzle is not so visible. Rotate. Okay, this one needs to be like up here. I think I need to keep redoing it for each one. That's great. I have to do it individually for each one. I can't just slide them around. That's unfortunate. I just realized I still have angle snap on. Perhaps it'll be a little easier this way. Like that. Up to where the waterfall would be. Make sure the splash effect is... and then sink it into the rock so it's invisible. Sunk it too far. We don't want to see the nozzle. What we want to see is the water. This side is better than that side. Waterfall bottom. Yeah, that's going to be something that I want, but not quite yet. Right now, what I need is more splash. like that. Yeah. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Admittedly, I'm never going to be able to change the color of the water after this. But that's something that I can live with. Okay, now this waterfall bottom. I'm just going to put this here for now because sometimes... Nope, there's no adjustments besides color that you can make for this sucker. Okay. Align to water to start with. Okay, here. Oh man, how am I supposed to hide this? Do I need to hide this? Like if I put it inside the waterfall, basically. And you know, I told this to align to the water's surface, and it definitely did not. If I just sort of tucked this in here. You can't really see it very much, can you? Like it needs to be out here. Is that the biggest one I have? 10 meter, 5 meter, midsection. Yeah, that is the biggest one I have. Unfortunate. It's a problem that it needs to be like right there to look right. I want it to be there, but it's also like, how do I... Like, instead of having these rocks that go down, do I have to have rocks that are flat? Like, if I use these... just under the water's surface. Okay, like if I had this, and I stuck a waterfall 10-meter into it, like this. And then took the both of them like this. Yeah. I think that might be the way. I don't really like it. But I think that's the only way that I'm actually going to get the bottom of the waterfall effect. Alright, now let's see if I can manage to... Yep, there we go. Like that. It still doesn't look quite natural, but I don't have a lot of practice with the water features, so this is going to be as good as I'm going to get. Okay, I need this water out of here. Man, and after I put in all these rocks too. Okay. Just slope this. And slope it and slope it and slope it. It's one way to prevent the floor from being grass, I suppose. Almost there. Slope, slope, slope. There we go. Ha ha! I win. Except for the whole fact that I have to build another thing out of rocks. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Alright. Rock number 1 will come to my aid again. That's the habitat. Rock number 1, in its hugeness. Do not align to the water, please. You are going to assist me so much. Big ol' rock 1 hasn't failed me yet. Although I did put that one in a little bit wrong, so I'll have to fix that. Rock 1, ever my savior tonight. are some things Rock 1 can't help me with, though. Okay, the main problem is that the water does not flow naturally around things, so I do need to adjust this rock. Let's bring this. Whoa. Let's do like this. Rock 1 believes in me. Okay. Rock 4 is not going to be terribly useful under the circumstances. Which is a pity, because it's a nice rock. But we can tuck one in here. And here. Yeah, those are good side rocks. Now the pity is I have to cover up most of the top of this one waterfall. Simply in order to cover up the rocks of the taller ones. But oh well. Didn't quite get that right, but I might have to make use of the pillars. Yeah, the pillars are gonna have to carry this. Pillar 2 was the one I was using. Why are you like this? this way. Realize I have the whole thing around the wrong way. Bring the non-pointy end to the front. Shove this down here to cover that up. I can't make this look right no matter what I try to do, can I? That's not the right rotation. That's closer to the rotation that I was looking for. Too far, too far. Like that. Come on. Good enough. I need a little splash up here too, don't I? It mostly covers itself up though. You know what? I'm not going to worry about that part. I decline to worry about that part. Rock 12, a rock of impressive lumpiness. Let's do it this way. I'm just gonna turn it upright this way because it's easier to maneuver. That. Whoop, no, not there, not there. Oh. This side's pretty covered already. Very lumpy, but not big enough. Lumpy, but possibly too big. Let's just rotate this a little like that. Push it in there. No, this rock isn't quite right. $11 might help though. No, that doesn't help. No, I need a larger rock, but not maybe a taller rock? Not much taller, but like this. I worry that maybe I'm sticking out too much this way. I need a different rock. You know what? I think the cladding pillars may come to my aid again this time. Like, if I squish this in here. That. Yep, that is the solution. That. Can I cover two birds with one stone here? The answer is maybe. like that. Do I need to cover anything over here, or did I do a good enough job? I think I did a good enough job there, but I do need it like right here. So rotate, rotate, please. Just squish that right in there. All right. I'm definitely starting to get there. I still have the outside edges to do, but the inside is pretty much done there. Okay. I'm gonna keep the stream running until either my father calls thinking that I'm done because he doesn't watch my stream because he doesn't know my online name, or until I finish these waterfalls, whichever happens first. Hello, welcome back, sheep. Yes, I've been working away at this since I finished my break. I'm nearly done, I think. I might need to shove a rock in here because this gap is a little weird, but I think if I just get the outside edges and sort of like run this into the what's going on here so that the edge isn't quite so square. Oh, I wasn't actually planning on putting a lot of plants in the waterfall. Like, I was planning on planting around. I also made this lovely bridge. Definitely one of my better bridges. But yeah, at the moment, I'm just trying to cover the unnatural edges that are going on with the waterfalls without looking too weird against the running water. If you're doing taiga, the bracken's a good option, or the apple bush. You mean using the apple tree as a bush? Or is that a different one? I cannot keep them straight. And also, for the animals, I'm making sure to stay within appropriate biome. But for the zoo itself, I'm going to use pretty much anything that I think looks good. Oh, the custard apple. Right, yes. I have an idea whereof you speak. Yeah, right there. Yes, thank you. 3 is a little small, but that does mean that it's easier to well, and then things started going wrong. No! Will rock 5 save me? Maybe. Area around water because bushes around it tend to look like custard apples. Oh, the crowberry, yeah. Oh, I'm at the wrong angle. I wonder if I put that in the right place. Oh, I did! Hey! Let's just push this in here. Okay. Oh, absolutely. I am happy to not look at the waterfall for a hot minute. But yes, this is the grizzly enclosure with the unfinished cave because I haven't put in the railroad, but that is future Foxwine's problem. But the grizzly's cave is finished. They seem to be quite happy with their enclosure. And I got the back wall looking really nice. Whoop, that's tree. I got the rock wall looking pretty good. Like, I'm very satisfied with how the rock wall looks from this side. It doesn't look so great from this side, but that's because I haven't worked on it yet. But yeah, we got the nice grizzly bear enclosure with my 2 grizzlies hanging out in it. People seem to really like it. And basically, the intention is to bring the train tracks across and run them right beside the grizzly enclosure here and across the river. This path is not going to be there when the train tracks come in, but I was using it to figure out where the river went. This end of the river is not making me happy right now, but everything up to basically here, like this point on the grizzly enclosure, is making me happy. I did have to put in a barrier just because of my water levels. So I'm going to have to figure out a good way to disguise this barrier. I'm not 100% certain what I'm going to do there. But I'll figure out something. And basically I'm working on the water feature, and once I'm happy with that, I will come over here and I will give the whole patio area up here a proper railing and all of that glorious stuff and some pylons into the ground. And then I'll be able to put water in the lake and properly decorate around here. The plants are waiting for the water, is what's going on here. But yes, I am quite happy with the castle bridge. It turned out looking really nice, even though this whole bit here is not actually going to be visible because I'm stuck with the watercolor now because I did all the water features, and with the splashes and everything, I buried most of the nozzles, so I cannot change the color of the water ever again now. But that's fine. But yes, all zoos are always a work in progress, and I have plans for so many more animals to go in here. But yes, I do intend to put in a train station. The main entrance station is going to be off of this path here. It's going to be on the opposite side of the path from the staff area, so that's not going to overlap or anything. My father was kind enough to loan me one of his books. He is a train enthusiast, and he happened to have a book that was all old American train stations from the 1800s and the 1900s. And I've gone through and I've found a bunch of train stations in there that I think I can sort of mostly recreate in Planet Zoo. The only problem is I only have plans for 4 train stations and I picked 8. So I'm going to have to roll a die or run a poll or something to find out which train station I'm actually going to be working with. Okay, I think the cladding pillar is going to come to my rescue again for this one. But yes, the train station, I'm probably going to try to work on it next week, but it's way too big a project to start this week. The grizzly bears and getting this water feature in and the bridge were more than enough project for this week. Alright, get in there. Like that. And like that. I'm definitely going to have to shove a rock in that hole. That hole is bothering me a lot. And you can see the side of the waterfall through that. Oh boy, that's no good. 13! You're a good rock. Get in there. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, I'm getting very happy with how this is looking now. Uh, 13 just will not go in there the way my brain wants it to, so there we go. Okay, let's see here. 15 is a nice itty-bitty rock. It should hide things going on here very nicely, yes. I'm not sure it can help me here, but let's find out. Rotate. Scooch. Nope. I do not think that this is the right rock for this spot. Let's see. Oh, 10 is definitely not the right rock. What about 18? It's a squirrely little triangle piece. Like that. Like this. You know what? Rotate the entire thing around like that. Oh, I think I'm onto something. am onto something. Unfortunately, it's going to take more than one something. Oh man, the pointy bit is just being difficult. 17's too big. That's cladding. 15, no. 14, too big. No. 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 Lord, no. Why are they getting bigger? 3 might be too big. But I might be able to make it work? Let's see. If I rotate it this way... and just shove it right down. Oh, wait, I think 3 has come to my rescue. Ha-ha! And if I just sort of push it in over here... I'm very good at making weird shaped little triangular holes. I'm starting to notice this. Let's just shove a 16 in here. Let's shove another 16 in here. Heck, let's shove a bunch of 16s in here. Okay, that looks much less like a weird little hole. Alright. Can I make Rock 5 work for me here? Maybe. If I rotate it this way... and bring it in here like this... Have I put myself in a corner? Oh, and there is my father calling, thinking that I have finished stream because he doesn't watch me. I don't want him to watch me. But that does mean that despite the fact that I haven't finished the waterfall, I should probably call it a night. Even though I just let him go to voicemail. Because I'm a cruel and terrible daughter. But the question is, should I finish all of this stonework that I'm doing here on stream? Or should I finish it off stream so that I can do something different next stream? That is the question, the eternal question. I'm not sure that 2 is going to be able to save me here. I'm not sure that 2 can save me from myself. Oh, but it might. Put that there. And Oh, yeah. Okay. Shove that sucker in here to cover that bit up. Okay. Let's just make sure that I am using stone and not putting my rocks down on grass, because that would be really weird. It's really weird to have your rocks sticking out of grass. There. So yeah, there's still a little bit of decorative rock work to do around here, just to smooth this little bit out and this little bit out. But the waterfalls are covered. I do like that. Okay, so since there is only a very small amount of rock work left to do, I'm going to finish this off next week before moving on to the next project. Well, the continuation of this project, actually, which is doing the patio over by the lake so that I can actually put water in this water feature. But yeah, I am really happy with the waterfalls, and the nozzles actually obeyed me this time, so I think I might actually be getting better. I think I might actually be getting better at doing water features. It's a miracle. I thought the day would never come. Okay, so there's a little bit of rock work left to do, just to make this section a little smoother with the transition of the rock into the water. But then I can actually put the water in and maybe even, oh, I don't know, do some plants. That'll be after I finish the patio over there, because it does feel very unnatural to have it sticking out in air like that. And probably after I put cladding on the staff buildings. Those poor staff buildings have been naked for so long. We need to actually give them some skin. It's unfortunate the way that they look right now. So I think I'm making excellent progress. I've actually got an animal in the zoo because we've got the grizzly bears now. I have kept my promise to my partner that the grizzly bears would be the first thing to go into the zoo. The vast majority of the things that I have planned for the zoo are predators, so we're going to have a lot of predators in this zoo, and it's going to be great. But we started with the grizzly bears because that is what my partner asked for. I'm also very proud of the cave. This is the most successful cave that I have ever made. I mean, it is going to be a little difficult for the people on the train to see much because it is quite low for them, but this is still the most successful cave that I have ever built so far. And the bears are loving it. Look at them. They're like, yes, Foxwine, we adore it. Thank you so much. And of course we have the arachnid house. An extremely popular place. So many people going to see the arachnids. And walking through the bloody wall because I can never win. And I've got the lamp situation figured out. I turned off all the climbing in the zoo, so we should have, I should have a better time. If you are having problems with your zoo stuttering and freezing, yes, part of it is due to how many visitors you have in the zoo, but part of it is due to the fact that the game is trying to calculate climbing for everything. So my suggestion is to go to your zoo and just take the multi-selection tool and run it over everything and make sure that climbing is turned off. You can turn it on for the stuff in enclosures for the animals on a case-by-case basis. But when you turn off climbing on everything, that means that the game is no longer trying to calculate whether or not an animal would be able to climb anything. Like, an animal could climb the brick. Like, an animal could climb all of this wood trim that I used in the arachnid house. All of this trim that I used, they could climb it. All of this wood that I used here, an animal could climb it, so the game tries to calculate the path for the climbing on that, even though no animal will ever touch it. And it bogs down the game. So if you just go through and turn off climbing on everything, you will find that your game runs better. It's unfortunately not a magic bullet. It doesn't fix all of the problems that the game has with running, but it does very much help. It is something that the first time that I went through a zoo that I had and turned off climbing on everything except inside the habitats that I wanted things climb on, the change in how the game ran was startling. So that is my recommendation. So that is my end of stream advice for those who have stayed up late enough to see it. Congratulations, you got the advice that nobody else did. So I'm going to end on my glorious water feature here in all of its beauty. These are good waterfalls. I did good here. And once I get the water in the moat, it will look even better. So, I am going to have to pause this, unfortunately, which one of the things that you want to do when you're working on water features is to keep them running, because you just can't tell where things are when they're paused. Plus, the noise is nice. But you definitely want to keep the game running when you're working with waterfalls or fountains or whatever, because then you can actually see where your water is going and where your jets are spraying and all of that glorious stuff. So that is my other piece of advice. So I'm going to save. I'm going to make sure that I save all of this work that I've done tonight, because I have done so much work. And this is where I'm going to pick up again next week with just finishing off a little bit of rock work and then moving on to the patio. And once the patio's done, I can put water in the lake! But you know, problems for future Foxwine, because future Foxwine has to take care of everything. Always. And you know, if you want to know how I approach playing Planet Zoo, particularly when I'm playing around in the sandbox where I don't have to worry about my animals dying of old age or the money issue, well, you can find that on my YouTube channel, which I've just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there for Planet Zoo for the previous streams that I did in October, and this one will be going up in there on Saturday. Yes, Saturday is upload day for the Monday stream, so that will be there, you know, for those who missed the stream and want to watch it without the ads. And I will be back streaming again on Wednesday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Power Wash Simulator. I do not have my usual group games during the month of November because it is the National Novel Writing Month, and my group game companions, well, they abandoned me because they're spending their free time trying to write 50,000 words before the end of the month. So I'm going to be playing Power Wash Simulator, and I'm going to see, what I can get done and how long it takes me and all of that glorious stuff for the month of November. And then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Oxygen Not Included for Try Not to Die Thursday. I will be continuing with my base, the Wine Keg 2, where, well, I have two things that are my number one priority. One of them is reaching the surface of the asteroid so that I can continue my research into rocketry, and the other one is replacing all of my oxygen masks with Atmo suits, because Atmo suits hold more oxygen and therefore I can travel further. So we'll see which of these I actually decide is the priority this upcoming Thursday, and which one gets done first. Then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, it will be Baldur's Gate 3, where I'm going to be having a sleep and then traveling across an underground lake, or an underdark lake, hopefully to find all the things that I'm looking for on the other side. Cross fingers, knock on wood. Well, I'm going through Baldur's Gate spoiler free, so who knows exactly what's going to happen? I don't. Other people do, but I do not. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo, where I'm actually going to build a sign that has the zoo's name on it, because I have decided on a name for the zoo, but without the sign, what's the point? So I'm going to do that. I'm going to finish off these rocks. I'm going to build the patio. There's so many things on my list, but I'm going to do all of them eventually. I'm very ambitious. I have a piece of paper next to me that is a sheet of printer paper that I was drawing the plan for the zoo on, but the problem was I ran out of paper before I ran out of zoo. So that's the extent of my plans are more extensive than a piece of paper. I know it doesn't sound like much, but you can't actually see the paper, so it's my partner tells me that it's very concerning, this piece of paper, but I tell him, I know exactly what it is. But we'll see how much I manage to get done next Monday night. So, that is the upcoming week in my schedule, all the games I'm going to be playing and what I plan to do in each and every one of those games. And we'll see how many of those plans I actually carry out. But whether or not I complete my plans, or whether I get completely sidetracked by something else, I still have lots of fun. And I've had so much fun tonight. And I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!